Oh, but this is the 30-second rule. Test 1, test 2, check, check, test 1, test 2.
Here.
Superintendent Thurman,
Here.
Ms. Yamamoto,
Here.
Mr. Tang,
Here.
Mr. Keeley,
Here.
Ms. Bradford,
Here.
Ms. Erden,
Here.
for the State Treasurer, Mr. Ruffino,
Present.
for the Director of Finance, Ms. Miller.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
And I have a statement to read here.
Please.
The CalSTRS board meetings are live web streamed, video archived, and available to the public on calstrs.com. Individuals who wish to address the board should wait for the 10-minute public comment period at the end of the agenda item the speaker wishes to address. For comments not pertaining to a specific agenda item, there will be an opportunity for additional statements at the end of the open session. Each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to comment. However, if there's not enough time for each speaker to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the discretion of the chair. To protect the privacy of speakers under the age of 18 who wish to address the board, only their first name and affiliated organization may be provided. But other personal identifying information such as their last name, age, or school may not be shared. Since the November Teachers Retirement Board meeting, CalSTRS received 2 emails requesting divestment from General Dynamics, 15 emails requesting divestment from East African crude oil, 3 emails and 1 resolution requesting divestment from fossil fuels, 1 email disagreeing with the net zero pledge, 1 email with concerns over cryptocurrency, and 68 form emails and 60 handwritten letters regarding Blazer versus CalSTRS. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Alex. Before we begin, I'd just like to make a few preliminary comments. This past week or so in California, we had a number of incidents that really are quite disturbing. They are continuing incidents throughout the country. And I think that it reflects a culture of violence and a culture of anger. And here we are doing the public's business, and we have an example to set that when we have disagreements on anything, we do it in a cordial and respectful way, and that we have to respect others, and that to have a sense of community, understand that we're all in this together, and that we all have to fight this culture of anger and violence, and also stand up for the principles of justice. So that's the kind of heart we want to have today in this meeting. And so I thank you for being here, and I really invite the public's comments on any topic. We're here to serve the public for the purpose of providing the secure retirement for California's educators. And that's our goal, and that's our mission, and I hope we can all join together as a community to do that kind of work. Thank you. Now, the first item of business is approval of the agenda with some modifications.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we have opportunities for the public. Please come up if you, I understand that we have a couple of people that want to speak. Would you come up and identify yourself? Any public comments?
Our first speaker will be Rosalba.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosalba Martínez y trabajé en la panadería de Cárdenas Markets en San Bernardino, California, hasta que me despidieron 2 días antes de Navidad. Entiendo que han invertido en Apoyo, que es el dueño de Cárdenas Market. Quiero contarles mi historia porque creo que deben saber lo que sucedió en su inversión. El jueves 1 de diciembre estaba enferma y vomité en el trabajo. Entonces un gerente me acusó de estar borracha. Me pidió que me hiciera un alcoholímetro, una prueba de drogas e incluso una prueba de embarazo. ¿No es eso una violación de mis derechos? ¿Cómo se sentirían si su gerente les pidiera que hicieran una prueba de embarazo? La gerente quería que me fuera de la tienda con alguien para tomarme esas pruebas. Después de preguntarle de quién era la persona con la que quería que fuera para tomar esas pruebas, la gerente me dijo que me fuera a casa. 2 días después, la compañía me suspendió sin goce de sueldo. Luego de 3 semanas después, Cárdenas me despidió y me prohibió entrar a sus tiendas. Cuando me despidieron, les pregunté qué pruebas tenían. La gerencia me dijo que no tienen que mostrarme ninguna evidencia. Cárdenas no nos trata con respeto. Trabajé ahí durante 2 años y gané un poco más que el salario mínimo, $15.75 por hora. Gané alrededor de $26,000 el año pasado. Quiero que sepan que disfruté sirviendo a los clientes. Quería poder pagar mis cuentas y cuidar a mis hijos sin intimidación de maltrato en el trabajo. Creo que eso es lo que los inversores también deberían querer. Podríamos hacer mucho por Cárdenas si nos trataran como seres humanos en nuestras comunidades. Gracias. Rosalba Martínez.
Thank you for your comment. We will next have Maricela, who is the translator for Rosalba.
Good morning. My name is Rosalba Martinez. I work in the bakery at Cárdenas Markets in San Bernardino, California, until I was terminated 2 days before Christmas. I understand you are an investor in Apollo, which owns Cárdenas Markets. I want to tell you my story because I think you should know what happens in your investment. On Thursday, December 1st, I was ill and vomited at work. Then a manager accused me of being drunk. She asked me to take a breathalyzer, a drug test, and even a pregnancy test. Isn't that a violation of my rights? How would you feel if your manager asked you to take a pregnancy test? The manager wanted me to leave the store with someone to take these tests. After I asked who that person was, the manager told me to just go home. 2 days later, the company suspended me without pay. Then 3 weeks later, Cárdenas terminated me and banned me from the store forever. When they fired me, I asked what evidence they had. Management told me they don't have to show me any evidence. Cárdenas does not treat us with respect. I worked there for 2 years and I made a bit more than minimum wage at $15.75 an hour. I earned about $26,000 last year. I want you to know that I enjoy serving customers. I want to be able to pay my bills and take care of my son without intimidation and mistreatment at work. I think that's what investors should want too. We could do so much for Cárdenas if they treated us like humans beings in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter will be Courtney.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Courtney Alexander, and I work with the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. And I'm here to speak about Cárdenas Markets, a California grocery chain whose workers are engaged in organizing a union. In August, Apollo acquired a controlling interest in Cárdenas through, we believe, Fund 9, a fund to which you've contributed $220 million. Apollo bought the company from KKR, a KKR fund that you were also invested in, so we believe there's continuity in your Cárdenas investment. As an investor in Apollo Fund 9, and with an early commitment to Apollo's new Fund 10, we urge you to review Cárdenas's labor record, which we believe raises fiduciary concerns, sustainability issues, and the prospect of a growing labor dispute. We commend CalSTRS' inclusion of worker rights in your ESG risks, and your inclusion of equal employment and the right to organize a union in your statement of shareowner ESG responsibility. We support your approach to engagement as active owners, and we believe holding invested companies to your policies is central to minimizing risks and realizing your long-term goals. Today, you've heard from Rosalba Martinez, and I have to add that a request by a manager for her to take a pregnancy test has no place in a California workplace or your investments. UFCW in Southern California recently filed an unfair labor practice charge with the National Labor Relations Board, alleging that Cardenas terminated Ms. Martinez for protected activity, and that Cardenas threatened other workers with discipline if they communicated with her. These actions occurred under Apollo's ownership. Cardenas' labor record includes other concerning examples under the tenure of its current CEO, Doug Sanders, while under KKR's ownership. In 2021, without admitting wrongdoing, Cardenas settled a class action lawsuit alleging violations of the California Labor Code at a settlement cost of $6.5 million. Cardenas had also run a strong anti-union campaign telling workers a union is a bad idea for Cardenas. These examples make your investment policies on equal employment and the right for workers to freely choose to organize a union impactful, but only to the extent that you hold Apollo accountable to them. We ask that you conduct due diligence on Cardenas' labor record and engage with Apollo about the concrete steps that Cardenas should take to minimize labor risks to your investment and reflect the best of your ESG policies in your home state. Cardenas has been growing with investment dollars from your fund, and Apollo plans to expand the chain's Latino grocery business further. That expansion should be built on strong labor rights and conditions that uphold your policy, not the record that we see. In short, we believe Apollo should resolve Cardenas' labor issues and guarantee workers the right to freely choose whether to join a union without employer influence before you make future commitments to Apollo's funds. Without accountability for Cardenas' approach to labor, your investments in Apollo reinforce Cardenas' bad behavior in California. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Gary.
Testing. All right, it works. Can I just start? My name is Gary Fitzgerald. I'm here on behalf of Third Act, and I'm here to urge you guys to disinvest from fossil fuels. We know that fossil fuels are going to kill this planet. We know that we have to do something within the next 7 years to reduce the amount of carbon going into the atmosphere by 50%. And this is your opportunity to stand tall. So let me ask you this, by a show of hands, how many people on the board would like to see or are okay with billions of people dying by the end of this century from climate catastrophe? Show of hands, anybody? Great, nobody's in favor of that. So we can just, put all of that stuff aside. We can just solve this problem right now by the board voting to disinvest from or divest from fossil fuels. So I propose that the board divest from fossil fuels. How many of you here agree with that? Nobody? You can't have it both ways. You either want to stop the billions of people from dying, or you have to divest from fossil fuel, or you're okay with billions of people dying and you're not going to divest from fossil fuels. So which is it? Come on. I know you all have a backbone. Do something. I guess you don't. That's my comment.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Deborah.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for letting me speak this morning. I'm Deborah Sylvie, a grateful recipient of my CalPERS pension. I'm here once again to support Fossil-Free California's position that it is past time for CalSTRS to divest from fossil fuels. But I'm also here as a representative of Third Act. I have a slightly different way of speaking about it, but let me go ahead. So San Francisco Bay Area Third Act is my particular group, but Third Act is a national organization for Americans over 60 who are committed to a fair society and a stable planet. You may have heard about us because, and now you have, because since its start in 2021, many Third Act groups have become active in California, including right here in Sacramento. One of the primary goals of Third Act is to help retirees use their collective financial power for good. They're discovering that our big banks, used by so many Americans, continue to lend trillions of dollars to the fossil fuel industry, the biggest cause of climate disruption. They are making a pledge to move their money out of those banks, those 4 big banks. You can find out about that. I'll leave the pledges on the back table in case you're interested. So watch for Third Act's National Day of Action on March 21st, when we'll demand that these big banks stop funding climate chaos or we'll take our money out of them. And also watch for our California Third Act retired teachers as they start to join the call for CalSTRS to stop investing in these destructive fossil fuels. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Diana.
Should I just start? Okay, good morning. My name is Diana Curiel. I'm a retired teacher and a CalSTRS member, and I appreciate all CalSTRS staff does to support pensioners. I'm here because I'm concerned about a disconnect between the climate goals that CalSTRS says it wants to achieve and the methods for achieving those goals. CalSTRS says that it wants to address the climate crisis using a science-based approach, that it intends to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across the investment portfolio 50% by 2030, and that it will achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 or sooner. Unfortunately, CalSTRS is echoing the false narrative of net zero being propagated by the fossil fuel industry. A science-based approach would reject the idea that we can continue to emit greenhouse gases at the same rate or higher, and it wouldn't rely on future technologies to recapture the emissions. It wouldn't rely heavily on carbon capture and sequestration technologies. They're expensive, energy intensive, risky, and not proven at scale. The fossil fuel industry has lied, obfuscated, and profiteered for decades in order to continue business as usual, and the myth of net zero is part of the lies. After taking a look at CalSTRS documents addressing climate change, I'm not reassured that there is an effective plan in place. CalSTRS Climate-Related Financial Risk Report 2022 shows that nearly 82% of the public equity portfolio is not aligned with the goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. Unfortunately, about 43% of the public equity investments are aligned with a calamitous warming of over 2 to 3 degrees. How will CalSTRS decrease this? Without divestment from fossil fuel producers, limited investments in a low-carbon portfolio won't be sufficient. Neither will the attempts at engagement. CalSTRS Path to Zero webpage features a list of what they consider to be successful company engagements, but are instead facile promises about net zero by 2050. The epitome of this fallacy is the example of ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil made a net zero by 2050 promise, but didn't include the essential Scope 3 emissions. True leadership could be shown by rejecting the false narrative, disengaging with recalcitrant companies such as ExxonMobil, and challenging institutional complicity during this time of crisis. Now is a great time to show leadership and divest from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be
We didn't hear a name.
I apologize. Our next speaker will be Lynn.
Thank you. I'm Lynn Nittler, a retired English teacher from Davis. I've been working steadfastly on steering us away from climate disasters since I first learned of the threat in 2002. At first, I thought if we just reduced our carbon footprint in our households and cities and farms and industries, it would be enough. Individual efforts would add up. I helped to found Cool Davis in my community to guide individuals, families, neighborhoods, and ultimately our whole city to make choices that minimized or eliminated the use of fossil fuels. We reduced our water use, our waste with recycling and composting, and upgraded appliances and cars toward more energy efficient models and more. But in the same time period, human-caused climate change has only grown worse until we find ourselves now shifting from prevention to adaptation and mitigation. Our energy-efficient community center has become a resilience center for weather events that knock out our heating and cooling systems. Our passive solar homes that we cooled with the Delta breeze at night don't work when the air is smoky from forest fires. In other words, humans have triggered climate change such that our planet is warming, and we must plan differently now to maintain a livable Earth. I worry about where our food will come from, as many of our Yolo County farmers were denied water allocations this last summer. We grow 30% of the nation's fruits, 40% of the nation's vegetables. Right there in Yolo County, I live 10 minutes away from those farms. I wish I could say CalSTRS is investing in solutions to help us preserve the living, breathing environment we depend on. I spent some hours poring over the CalSTRS plans for reaching net zero by 2050, which you seem to believe is a reasonable time frame. But we're in trouble now all over the planet. We can't afford 30 more years of burning fossil fuels. Already, oil companies are greedily drilling in increasingly dangerous sites, such as Guyana, to feed our appetites for still more oil. Our own Gulf Coast is a sacrifice zone given over to oil refineries and LNG ports, no matter the health consequences for the people who live there. Our country is being torn up by new pipelines, though we cannot afford to lose the forests in their paths. There is a direct correlation between our frenzy to drill for more coal, gas, and oil to burn and the escalating disasters attributed to climate change. Scientists have recorded major signs of warming at both poles. Are we really willing to surrender our only livable planet to the hungry greed of the fossil fuel industry, which CalSTRS supports in its portfolio? It's time to transition off fossil fuels, not engage with them. Their bottom line is to continue extracting fossil fuels, and that is entirely antithetical to preserving a living planet.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Doug.
Hopefully my voice works. Good morning. My name is Doug Orr. I'm a professor of economics retired, and speaking on the same topic but slightly differently. Large institutional investors are becoming more and more effective at getting firms and industries in a wide variety of industries to reduce their carbon footprint. In response to that, the state legislatures in Texas, Florida, Kentucky, Tennessee have passed legislation to require the pension funds in those states to stop using ESG criteria to guide their investment decisions. What this is going to do is to reduce the movement away from fossil fuels in the United States. The American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC, is writing legislation for other red states legislators to use to force their pension funds to stop using ESG criteria to guide investment decisions. So what I'm doing is asking you, CalSTRS, as a leader internationally in addressing the issue of climate change, to push back against this type of legislation in any way that you can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our last speaker will be Pamela.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Pamela Orgill. I'm a elementary school teacher librarian in San Francisco, a CalSTRS member. I was also a classroom teacher for 10 years before becoming a librarian. I took off I used one of my sick days to be here because the concept of divestment and addressing the climate catastrophe that we're in is really important to me in terms of representing my students and my own children. I'm going to be reading questions from the open book quiz that was created by my fellow volunteer, Jane Vosberg. I'm also a volunteer for Fossil Free California. So here's the quiz. My understanding is that all board members receive this quiz with the article that's addressed in the quiz. An open book quiz about the dangers of net zero. Fossil Free California urges CalSTRS board members to test their knowledge about net zero. The following are multiple choice questions based on the Conversations article, Climate Scientists. Concepts of Net Zero is a Dangerous Trap, April 22, 2021. A note from the authors. Climate scientists James Dyke, Robert Watson, and Wolfgang Knorr, who wrote this article 6 years after the Paris Climate Accord. Collectively, we three authors have spent more than 80 years thinking about climate change. Why has it taken us so long to speak out about the obvious dangers of the concept of net zero? In our defense, the premise of net zero is deceptively simple, and we admit it deceived us. Okay, so I'm going to read some of the questions from the open book quiz now. 1, what is a great idea in principle, but in practice helps perpetuate a belief in technological salvation and diminishes the sense of urgency surrounding carbon emissions? A, divesting from fossil fuels. B, the principle of net zero. C, the findings of the most IPCC report. And D, none of the above. The answer is B. 2, what has licensed the cavalier, quote, burn now, pay later, unquote, approach, which has seen carbon emissions continue to soar? A, the Paris Climate Accord. B, youth versus apocalypse protests. C, outdoor bonfires. D, the concept of net zero. And the answer, of course, is D, in my opinion. 3, by 2009, it became increasingly clear that carbon capture and storage would not be possible to make reductions that policymakers demanded because A, it would take away much needed CO2 from vegetation. B, the cost is prohibitive, over $5 trillion annually. C, inadequate capacity. Current CCS captures, I'm gonna skip that part. D, A and B, E, B and C. And so the answer is B and C. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. That is the conclusion of public comment for item 2.
Let me once again thank the public for providing their comments today and making the effort to come here. I know these issues are important to you and they're important to us, and we are always listening. Thank you. Item number 2 is item number 3 we're on. Is the ALM study capital market assumptions. Geraldine and Josh.
As they get set up, I just want to emphasize this is your first action item in the 23.
Chris, could you identify yourself for the public?
I apologize. Yeah. Thank you, Bill. I'm Chris Ellman, Chief Investment Officer for the fund. This is your first action item in the 23 asset liability study. This is asking you to approve the inputs for the model. So it is really important for you to make sure you understand, debate, discuss, get a grip on these. Staff is going to be very quick in their presentation, and they're nervous because I'm chewing up part of their time. But we really want to open it up and please ask questions. Let's have a dialogue on this. I think it's important to show the record that you really understand and debate the assumptions going into the model. I'll turn it over to Geraldine.
Good morning. Geraldine Jimenez, Director of Investment Strategy and Risk, CalSTRS staff. So as Chris mentioned, this is the first approval. A little bit, though, background, ALM, the assets is the side of it. We work closely on the liabilities with the actuaries who are here in the audience. You won't see a lot of that interaction today on these numbers, but in the next few meetings, you will see quite a bit. So what we decide today, we'll bring back some actual portfolios where we will model the portfolios and then your liabilities. How are we meeting them and what are the risks to that? This is a long-term process. We very much look out 30 years. So while you look at these numbers, it's not about today or tomorrow. It's about where are we going? What is our experience, CalSTRS, in each one of these asset classes? Where are the markets at this moment? But not too much about the markets at this moment. It's more or less a smoothing of where are we going in the long term. An example is inflation. If you recall, those that were on the board in 2019, there was a lot of pressure to reduce our inflation assumption, and we kept it steady. We're actually not requesting a change today. We're keeping it steady going forward because, again, we're long-term. There's our smoothing. We worked very closely. Makita, your consultants are here, that we vetted the process, that we adjusted based on other inputs. We worked with your real estate consultant also. And I will draw your attention to Makita's memo in attachment 3, which they believe these are reasonable. And of course, they can comment on that too. But I do want to comment also that this is an art and a science. This is not a black box. You don't approve these numbers today and magically we come back and tell you what your asset allocation looks like. We do constraints based on what we can really implement. So this is, again, a foundation, a basis to go forward. And the final comment I want to make before I turn it over to Josh Diedisch, who will go through actually the analysis and understanding the numbers, is on February 8th, we do have a Zoom education on private credit. Mr. Prezant, the chair here, requested more education for the board, seeming that you were interested in that. We will have some of our partners there, so we will drill down a little bit more of that and hopefully answer all your questions at that time. So rest assured, we are going to spend as much time as necessary on that subject to bring you up to speed. So I'm going to turn it over to Josh Diedisch.
Great, thank you. I'm Josh Diedisch. I'm a portfolio manager on the strategy and risk team here. I'm working with Geraldine. I lead the day-to-day for risk, and then we work together on the ALM team. So when we were thinking about what we wanted to say today, one of the things really just what I would want to know if I was in your seat, I think, is a little bit of just the why, the what, and the how, just a little bit about each one of those things. And so that's what I'm going to talk about for just very brief couple of minutes. The first is sort of the why. It's, why do we do this? What is the purpose of these? And why do we bring them as an action item? And it really boils down to, this is really the core assumption that goes into all of the work that we'll do after this that'll determine the long-term rate of return for the portfolio. And that has effects on the contribution rates, funded status, all of that really comes out of the allocation that you choose, but really it's these numbers, and that's why we spend so much time on these and why we bring them to you as an action item like this. So that's really the sort of the why. The what, it's a mix for us across public and private assets. We spend a lot of time working internally on models that we develop. We spend a lot of time talking with Makita, looking at what the rest of the market has to say, and we really come up with these assumptions across the portfolio. Some of it is in the public markets where we're tracking benchmarks and we can look at those and more closely. And then in the private markets, it's a bit more of a mix of, there's more opportunity for active investment there. And so we try to blend in a little bit more of how we actually implement the portfolio. And what you see here on the slide are really just kind of at the high level, these big strategic risk factors that we've talked about before. These are the big drivers of risk and return in the portfolio. And then underneath there, we have these asset class assumptions across the public and private. And then even underneath not shown here, there's a lot of micro detail, and we sort of work on all these pieces together and then roll these up. And the numbers that you see in the item are really the product of all of these things. And I really kind of talked about this already a little bit, but this is the how, and this is one of the more exciting, enjoyable parts of this job for me. This really involves so many different elements of practice and theory, collaboration with others, and we spend a lot of time on this, and come up with these numbers, and just sort of wanted to leave it with the idea that, as Geraldine mentioned, it's very much an art, and comes with a lot of uncertainty. And so what we're really hoping to get out of this, our biggest objective is to come to you with reasonable assumptions, and all of the time and effort that we put into it is really to kind of come up with that. And one of the ways we get there is with this deliberation with others. And we could talk about a couple of examples: real estate and public equity, where on the public equity side, the assumption was fairly straightforward. We had a little bit of debate, but on the real estate side, we spent quite a bit of time working on the risk and return assumptions for that, and really sort of to try to give you a little bit of comfort with the idea that this is really a big collaborative effort to try to come up with these reasonable assumptions. So I think we'll just stop there and look forward to answering any questions you have.
Is that the extent of your presentation? Well, I think before we get to members or board members' questions, I'd just like to invite our Makita consultants to comment on the process, their involvement in the process, how it reflects your experience as well, advising other pension funds in the development of these capital market assumptions, and just your views on this process. Thanks.
Great. Maybe I'll go first. I'm sure Alan will have comments as well to add. So maybe to start with the punchline, as we noted in our opinion memorandum, Makita supports the recommended capital market assumptions that were put forth in front of you. This process is always a very data-rich, complex, quantitative process that's married with a combination of common sense and qualitative judgment. And we go through this process with your staff every few years, and with each successive period, the process gets increasingly robust. So the first thing I would say is the process your staff goes through is would be considered a best practiced process across public pension plans. This year is particularly interesting because all of these models, and anyone who develops forecasting models on returns, for these models, by far the most important input into them is the level of interest rates projected in the bond market. And as you all know, the level of interest rates in the last 12 months has gone up, not just more than they ever have in history, but significantly multiples more than they ever had in history. And so when you have an input into a model that changes so significantly in a short period of time, one always has to make judgments on how much of that change will be permanent versus just temporal. We've seen a lot of changes in interest rates in the last 2 or 3 years, up and down. So it's a particularly challenging time for those developing the models because of the major input, one of the major inputs being so volatile and being at a high point at this moment in time. And staff has done in our judgment, a strong job considering the pros and the cons and the factors of incorporating the changes of interest rates into forward-looking return expectations. In our industry, you're considering capital market expectations today in late January. In our industry, capital market expectations are generally done annually by every major consulting firm and asset manager. they're typically published in the spring, March, April, May. So as part of the process, staff goes through and compares their output to that of other peer funds, that of other consulting firms besides Makita, that of asset managers who project these things. But as we stand here today, all that comparison is based on model results from last year, most of it from last year. And so it's a little bit of an estimate in terms of where these numbers will fall within the realm of where other models will fall this year. But our judgment is that these will be in the fairway. The outcomes that staff has come up with are reasonable, both in the context of the process that they utilize, but also where the returns fall. And maybe I'll stop my comments there and let Alan take over.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members, Alan Emkin, Makita. Very quickly, this process with the staff, we didn't start out at the same place. It's very important to keep that in mind. There was a dialogue and a debate, and we went back and forth and reached a consensus. That's number one. Number two, as much knowledge, science, and art is involved, these are just assumptions. And the one thing we know with a great degree of comfort is that we will be wrong. Whatever we came up with will not, in fact, happen. We hope that we're close. And the most important thing is we get the direction right and we get the relationship of the various assets to each other right, because that's what will drive diversification. And the key here is to find a portfolio that's truly well diversified. A major change, and this isn't just this one, it's a trend, is when I started doing this, and I was discussing this morning with my associate, I've been coming before this committee for 40 years. Yes, it's true, I am that old. And
only 40 years?
Only. I wish I could say I think I'm going to make another decade, but I would be incredulous if I made that representation. But this started out as a completely consultant-driven process, and that's evolved. It is now truly a staff-driven process and a collaborative process, and that's the evolution of your team, their expertise, their knowledge, and their experience. And it's one of the best, if not the best, process that I'm involved in with all of my clients across the country. Last, but probably most important, you go through this every few years. So whatever decision you make will be, number one, it will be partially wrong, but number two, it's completely correctable because you're going to be coming back and revisiting this on a regular basis to reflect changes that take place in a dynamic market. And it's just a living, dynamic process that the staff and consultants live with on a daily basis. And we believe that the process came up with a really good set of assumptions that are reasonable, that are defensible, that will probably be at least partially wrong, but are the best we could do in the resources, knowledge, and experience that we have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Makita. Much appreciate your comments. You are always a great help to the board. Thank you. Any questions from the board members? Seeing none. Is this an act? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it on. We have.
We got 3 people.
Oh, 3 people. I'm up here. Thank you. My teacher. Lynn.
I don't think the microphone's on yet. Click that next. Click that next.
God, thank you. I need her.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to the staff and Makita for all the hard work on developing these assumptions. And I know that a lot of effort and thought went into it. And, given the fact that these are based on long-term returns and projections, is there anything that could impact the economy and your estimates between now and when the board does the final approvals in November that would cause you to want to go back and take another look at these estimates?
Maybe I'll start. I think between now and November, probably not. But in general, one of the assumptions that was very dynamic as when we started this in the summer last year and where we are today is on the inflation assumption in particular. When we started on this, spot inflation, which you were seeing day to day, was I think north of 8 to 9%. That's obviously come down a bit, and it's come down more since then. And so when we look at that in relation to the long-term inflation assumption that we have of 275, which is the same assumption we used last time, that one we spent a lot of time thinking about, and really what we come back to is what long-term expectations look like. And so we look at a variety of different indicators, but particularly market instruments that really trade and are priced based on that. And while short-term inflation was really high, long-term inflation expectations didn't really increase much, and they've come down to the extent they did. But I think that's the one that they're all unpredictable and have a lot of uncertainty. But that's the one that I think we will keep a close eye on. Is as inflation is coming down, does it keep coming down, and do long-term inflation expectations kind of stay in alignment with what we've assumed there? I think that's probably the one that comes first to mind.
And I'll just add a little bit. This goes a little bit, and perhaps, Ms. Paquin, this, I just want to kind of level set for everyone. This is very much a strategic, long-term, looking way out there. We actively manage the portfolio on a day-to-day. So if there were significant changes in any of these, this is what your experienced team here is doing. They are looking at the interest rate environment and how do we position. So you have these two that are in play, this long-term, where are we going, keep our eye on it, and then you have a very active, sophisticated team that's adjusting all the time to the current rate environment.
Great, and I know that you do keep a careful watch and everything and make adjustments, so thank you for that, explaining that. And then the only other question I had was, when you were putting the capital market assumptions together and looking at some of the other funds and investors' expectations, is there any returns that you're presenting for the asset classes that were outliers to that comparison group?
I don't think there are any that are huge outliers. To the extent there is one that's it's probably on the real estate front. And that really kind of comes down to there's a lot of different, because there's so many different ways that investors invest in that market. And the really great history that we have here in the real estate program. That one, we're trying to blend a bit of kind of long-term expectations for generic core real estate in particular with the way that the portfolio here is invested. And so that kind of naturally leads us to a place where we're going to look a little bit different than others, but I wouldn't say it's a big outlier. It's probably just the one with the largest difference in my mind.
Great. Thank you very much.
Jennifer Erden, you're up.
Thank you. And thank you for the great work. I had a couple of questions, but one was answered, so down to one. Consensus obviously, has pluses, and it can also end without the optimal answers. And I think that, and I understand the art and the challenge of all this. So my question is just really more to Makita. As you look at the final assumptions, you have conviction not only in the assumptions for each asset class, but also in the assumptions relative to each other, which can obviously drive the models, which obviously then brings qualitative. But just to give us some comments on that.
Yeah, and when it's a great question. And when we started meeting with staff on this, that was a significant consideration of ours. Was not the absolute level of the return expectations, but how they relate to each other for that very reason. Yes, we believe that the figures in front of you are appropriate in context to each other, and reflect, as they should, modern portfolio theory and the fact that over long periods of time, risk and return should be positively connected. So your equity allocation is reasonably higher than your real estate and inflation sensitive expectation, which is reasonably higher than your fixed income allocation in cash. And so the expectations for the asset classes reflect the level of risk in the asset classes, as they should. And we don't expect that the model will generate unexpected outcomes based on the relative returns that are listed in front of you.
Thank you.
And just to expand on that just a bit, particularly for those of you who don't do this on a regular basis, the inputs into the model have three variables: expected return, expected risk, and correlation coefficient. And what's going to drive the answer to Jennifer's question is the correlation coefficient, the degree to which assets go up and down in parallel or not in parallel, and putting together a group of assets that collectively generate the highest rate of return at the lowest level of risk. And that's really what the process is all about. And we spend a lot of time looking at that, because if you get that wrong, I don't care how good your return estimate is or your return, the model blows up. And so the staff and we spend a lot of time looking at correlation coefficients, a term that most of us don't use on a daily basis. But that really is a very, very important part of the decision-making process, and one we think is completely reasonable and appropriate. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to all.
Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. And thank you for your for this report, for all your hard work. Quick question. Compared to 2019, the return assumptions are higher across all asset classes, right? So beyond higher interest rates and lower valuations, are there any other factors leading to the higher return assumptions?
I think you captured the two big drivers for most of the changes. There's, for most, it's those two things. Maybe the one exception that you might note would be on the fixed income side, where in the past, when the fixed income assumption has really just been core fixed income. In this case, we included an allocation to direct lending, which has a significantly higher return than core fixed income. So the difference there would be a mix of the interest rate on fixed income would be interest rates, and then the inclusion of direct lending in there. But for the rest, it's really it's the rates and valuations, as you said.
Thank you.
Anything further, Frank?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Next up is my Vice Chair, Gail Miller.
Thank you,
Ms. Miller, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just again, back to the inputs, obviously this is all based on a bunch of backwards looking stuff. And, I don't know if we continue to agree that the past predicts the future, but just a little bit maybe of an explanation of how the yield curve plays into that. I think we saw some of it to Mr. Ruffino's question in 2019. Hopefully we'll continue to see these better returns, but just in terms of the inputs as to how you look to the past, and also like what little glimpses of our crystal ball that Mr. Ailman talks about we have.
I'll jump in first. The only assumption that we have enormous confidence in is the expected return of core fixed income, because the yield to maturity has a very, very high correlation with what you will get over almost any time period. And once you've established that, so today, let's say it's 4% for the 10-year, then it's a new discussion on premiums for each one of the asset classes relative to their risk. And the one that's most interesting is that the premium for private equity has shrunk over the years as the asset has become more competitive and more capital is flowed in and more players. But really, that becomes the core of the decision-making process. What is that 10-year, well, what is cash, and what is the 10-year, and then the premiums for each one of the asset classes. And that, there's generally an industry consensus in a pretty narrow range of what those premiums should be.
And that's just on fixed income, though.
Well, once you have fixed income, then it's a building block process where you would add the risk premium for each asset class.
Right. And then the difference between 2019 and now is in 2019, interest rates
You
were
start with
slightly
where
higher.
you are in yields.
Right.
And then you build from there, and that gives you, the one you have the most confidence with is fixed income. The range of variability on all the other asset classes is so wide, is you're trying to come up with a reasonable number. But the only one you have enormous confidence in, at least I have, and I think the industry does, is the fixed income component.
Thank you. Green.
I don't think I really have anything to add. I think Alan explained it pretty well. It's the thing, investments like fixed income that are really cash flow and income driven like that. When we talk about using historical data, I think we would be wrong to just look at the historical return of an asset like fixed income and say, especially over the last 40 years, we've had a huge decline in interest rates. So if we just looked at the level of return, it would be misleading. But with assets that are really income driven, we can look at what that yield is, and that is very predictive of future returns in fixed income and other areas. And so when we talk about looking at the past, it's really that relationship between, what is the yield today and the subsequent return. And that's a common theme across a lot of our assumptions, is just looking at if they have cash flow, if they're in a yield-driven or income-driven investment, where is it today? Because that tells us a lot about what the next 5, 10, 20 years are going to be.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'm going to be supportive of the recommendation. Secondly, I want to thank all the members of the team that put in so much work leading up to this meeting and the process that's been followed to get to this point. So I want to thank Makita for their work and collaboration and assurance that those conversations were robust and thorough. People worked through different assumptions and your accompanying memo. And I want to thank Mr. Ailman for reminding this committee that this is the single, this process that we're going through is the single most important decision that we make on the investment committee relative to what the returns will look like that drives most of the returns. And I've been on the board a long time, and I think I now understand that. So thanks, Chris, for that teaching and education. And I think a lot of it's been answered. I think Steve started with interest rates. Clearly, that's been interesting to watch the velocity and speed. So what I'd like is maybe a little thought on, the last decade has been a decade of basically zero interest rates, right? And unprecedented quantitative easing. I think the Fed's balance sheet was $9 trillion after the COVID crisis. So we've been in this, and I think some thoughtful people talk about a sea change that is taking place, and that of one of low interest rates to higher rates, and how high will they stay and for how long, and an era of quantitative easing to an era of possibly and likely quantitative tightening. And whenever there's been any kind of stress in the system in the last decade, the Fed has stepped in. How is the team, how have you discussed that and thought about that? In fact, if we are entering into this sea change, how do the inputs change in terms of the assumptions if the next 10 years are different, where the rates are higher for a longer period of time, they stay elevated, and the quantitative easing days are over and we're in an era of quantitative tightening, and also all the debt that we're dealing with. How did you guys kick that around? And affect, oh, yeah.
Near and dear to my heart. I've been doing this for a long time, and, those after 2008, that the world has changed. I think my perspective and the discussions we have had widely with the CIO, the deputy, with directors is let's move very slowly and not be too reactive to the current environment. And I would encourage you, even if you see the numbers, the expected returns have gone up right now, that we think carefully about changing substantially our allocations, because there is huge uncertainty, and with the central banks being so active and affecting the environment. So this is how we've had this discussion, though, that we're like, okay, let's enter this cautiously. I know we've had the discussion with Steve McCourt that we're even early at what our peers were even doing these estimates. So let's be cautious about that. So that's how you're seeing the numbers today, is we've been very thoughtful and had a lot of discussions about let's move very slowly and not reactively. The other comment I would say is this goes along with the private credit, is diversification is absolutely our friend and the best thing, because we will be wrong about something, we just don't know what it would be. So the more diversification we can bring in the portfolio and look at it and monitor, that's also protective for us. Don't know if anyone else has comments.
Maybe Geraldine, I'll check. My name is Scott Chan. I'm the Deputy CIO. Good morning.
Good morning, Scott.
Harry, you asked a really interesting question, very difficult to answer. There's so many facets to it. Maybe I'll talk a little bit about sort of where we've been, right? If you look back at some of the asset allocation decisions we've made over time, and I wasn't here during that time, but Chris was overseeing and the team, we had a period of low interest rates, like you were saying, and so we've been shifting out of fixed income in our diversifying side of our portfolio into things like RMS, our risk mitigating strategies, into infrastructure, and on the growth side, from our liquid assets and public equities to illiquid, to capture more of that growth premium in private equity and real estate. And if you look back in history, those were very good decisions by the board, to operate in the environment. Now we find ourselves in a period where fixed income returns are actually going up, and so that's got to be a consideration as we think about the diversifying side of our strategies. We're getting more out of that fixed income portfolio. And as we've been thinking about direct lending, if we can be high in the cap structure in a time where interest rates can be more volatile and there's less capacity in that space, that could be another area that we're studying and thinking about. So there are some asset allocation decisions. The other one we've talked about is being more flexible. And while it doesn't have an allocation position, we've been thinking about going from 0 to 5% in an opportunities portfolio for us to more quickly and flexibly take advantage of opportunities. And I also know the board is going through benchmark discussions, which could open up even more flexibility strategically in the long term. That could be a great opportunity for the total fund. So those are asset allocation decisions, I think, for us to think about in this current study. Also know that there are a lot of implementation decisions going on, because if we think about the future and the sea changes that you're talking about, Harry, deglobalization, structural shifts that could cause greater inflation structurally in the future, right? There's also the transition of energy globally, which is going to take $100 trillion, $100 trillion roughly, over many, many years. That's also going to be higher cost, right? So structurally, there are issues of higher inflation than perhaps we've seen in the past. But we're investing in those areas, right? So the team is actively looking for those opportunities to capture on a return basis. But I just think, implementation-wise, we're looking at those opportunities, and then what's our opportunities today in the current asset allocation?
Thanks. That was helpful. And the further diversification of this large pool of assets is fascinating to watch how it's evolved over the time that I've been on the board and what it will look like in 5 or 10 years from now, so that the portfolio on a risk-adjusted basis performs as best as possible, regardless of what's going on out there. So thanks for that reminder and those comments.
Mr. Thurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
Good morning, all. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate what you stated time and time again, that while it's based on a rich amount of data, that it is both science and art, and that something will prove to be different than has been projected. I think you've made that very clear. I'd like to know, take us through what now, assuming that the board should act on the recommendation to approve, what's your process? And I'd like to hear from our staff too. I'd like to hear from if the CEO or the CIO want to say what's going to happen now afterwards, right? Because I appreciate the go slow approach. I also appreciate that these are long-term investments. But as every person who has spoken today has indicated, the world is changing overnight, every single night. And so how do we react to that? How do we stay fluid and flexible while also staying the course? And, I want to know what our CIO is going to tell us, when things have been a little bit different or maybe a lot different. I'm hoping it's going to be all great news. But when it's not, what is our action? What you recommend to us and to our consultant team? What kind of things will you be recommending to our staff to share with us about how do we react in a world that is changing so quickly? And I'll use this is the only example I can think of, but since we this body last met, several Fortune 100 companies have gone through announcements of things like layoffs, major changes. Mr. Chair, when you said sea change, I didn't know if you meant SEA change or sea change, as in the C-suite. I caught your play on words if you meant it that way, but the world is changing overnight and every single night. How do we proceed in a way that allows us to do due diligence to preserving the resources of the beneficiaries that we have the honor to serve, but also staying flexible and responsive to what I'm sure you'll be monitoring regularly in terms of how the investments are performing.
Yes, so next steps are, if you approve this today, we will come back with about 4 or 5 portfolio options, and we're going to model them out over the long term, given risks in the system. What do they look like? We'll show them to you. We're hoping for a hearty discussion about your comfort with the risk with each one of these options. Then we go back and we refine it, and we'll come back to you. And of course, there's always the uncertainty around these. And again, it's the mapping to our liabilities. What would it mean to our contributions? Should we be wrong? What will it mean to, as we're positioning the portfolio? All of these things we'll be bringing back to you for you to input. Then there's the tactical positioning, which I think Christopher Ailman's going to address, unless you want me to.
Superintendent Thurman, you're asking the tough question this board faces, which is you live day to day, you see all the news, but at $300 billion and with a 30-year investment horizon, I always use the analogy, you're a giant cruise ship. You can't spin on a dime, so you've got to think and act long-term in a world that's highly turbulent, and that's the big challenge. I think one of the successes of this portfolio has just simply been the compounding of money over time and not trying to make lots of tactical shifts, but actually generally stay the course even through rough seas and turbulent times. So we know the portfolio will decline. Unfortunately, in 2008, we fell rapidly just in 55 days. But by staying the course in the next, roughly 2 years, we came back. And I think that's what this asset allocation does. We do it once every 4 years. We used to do it once every 3, but we matched up with the actuaries. Because the liabilities of the plan don't change dramatically, we just watch those long-term trends. And the one other thing I would add, you point out, the volatility we're feeling today. we make subtle shifts in the portfolio, but we still don't actively try and time the markets. We're investors and we stay the course. And it makes us nervous at times. I can tell you, I watch the portfolio every day, and this darn portfolio moves up and down $1 billion to as much as $5 billion in a day, which is still staggering to me. But I look at the long pace and the long course. So the board's heard me use that analogy a million times of it's a marathon. We measure each year, but we got to remember each year is just like a mile in marathon. We got to think long term. So you raise good points. We try to input that stuff in the asset allocation by building it off the yield curve. We looked at volatility and tried to figure out, and that's what's so hard about the future. I mean, in 2019, we did not predict a global pandemic. But oh, by the way, I can now tell you global pandemics apparently are great for investment portfolios because we made a 27% return. So yeah, the uncertainty, and I think that's what they're all trying to say is not only do we know we're trying to predict the future, we'll be wrong, but the uncertainty level of the future really feels unprecedented right now. And that's the task. I'm going to do my best to give you advice, but you guys drive the boat. So you got to decide, where do we aim this on the horizon for what return? How much do the members then have to contribute and the state contribute to get us there? And that's part of the challenge. Wish I had a better answer, but it is the challenge we face every day.
It is what it is. Thank you.
So, Mr. Emkin, you've been here for 40 years doing this. You've got to have some sage knowledge on this process.
Yeah, I lost a lot of hair through that experience.
You have the same barber.
There are worse things. There are worse things. I save a lot of money on shampoo and hair care products. I don't need any product. The question is really important because, particularly for the board and newer members, the staff addresses this on a regular basis in what's called the Risk Allocation Committee. And they meet bi-monthly looking at the markets, and within each asset class, there's a range where they can move. So if they see a trend, they move. So currently there's anxiety about equity valuations. They're a little bit light on equity, and that was a conscious decision that was debated heavily. And so there is, in fact, a day-to-day reaction, which the staff handles completely independently, which is something you don't see. You only see it in the results. But it's proved to be accretive. The decisions made at those risk allocation committees have added hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in value added through those tactical decisions on a daily basis. So it's not, let's set the speedometer and speed control and just let it go. It gets adjusted on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Anything further, Jeremy?
None.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Any other questions? I'm ready to hear any further discussion of the board or take a motion.
No, second.
So a motion has been made to approve and seconded to approve the recommended capital market assumptions. If we can take a roll call vote, please. Oh, that's right. Excuse me. Would any of the public like to address this complicated process?
We have no members of the public in queue right now.
Thank you. You can take the roll.
Ms. Bakeman?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a quick question.
You didn't.
I know, but it just
You're the
from what
teacher.
you just said, I have a question though. On the motion, is it on the recommendations that were cited in the write-up and not just the capital market assumptions? It's all three things, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Well, again, she trumps me.
Don't use that word.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Okay, we have the motion, we have a second, we have the motion clarified. Thank you.
Ms. Baker?
Karen?
Aye.
Superintendent Thurman?
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Mr. Tang?
Aye.
Mr. Keeley?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Aye.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
Ms. Miller?
Aye.
Chair Prezant, would you care to vote?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Lori and Karen
Oh, I'm sorry.
still on the, okay, great. So the next item on the agenda is the Investment Policy Management Plan and Asset Allocation Step Change, first reading. Geraldine.
Thank you, Chairman Prezant. This is a nice follow-on to the discussion we just had. From the last 2019 asset allocation study, we had multiple steps. We are actually at the final long-term step in your last asset allocation, very timely considering we're revisiting it right now. We're looking for approval to move the public equity weight down and the inflation sensitive up by 1%. We're hoping for approval today, and I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Does the board have any questions? Hearing no questions. Motion to make, to approve the recommendations on item number 4. And a second. Any public comment?
There's no public comment on item 4.
Would you please take the roll?
Aye.
Superintendent Thurman?
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
And Mr. Tang?
Aye.
Mr. Keeley?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Aye.
Mr. Rufino?
Aye.
Ms. Miller?
Aye.
Chair Prezant, would you care to vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
And the next item on the agenda is the CIO report. Chris?
Thanks,
Yes?
Bill.
Oh, well, hold on for a second.
Fairly quickly and not all.
Oh, excuse me.
For the teachers in the back of the room.
Chris, excuse me. There's been a request for just a short break. Let's take 5 minutes. Okay. Is that, thanks.
Chief Investment Officer. There we go. So for the teachers in the back of the room who write newsletters, the fund size as of right now, believe it or not, is $310 billion. We are actually up almost $8 billion since June 30. So go figure. It's really surprising. I am surprised we're up at that level. And we'll get into that in a little bit. Here's the fund back at December 31. We were actually at just 302. Last June, we were 301. So you can see we've actually been positive in the last 6 months, fiscal year to date. On the year, I'll go back and spoil the press release. The news team will get so mad at me. The fiscal year return, or the calendar year return, 2022, is going to come in at negative 6.7 on calendar 22, which is not bad considering equities and fixed income both had double-digit losses. But all of that report will be out in the March meeting in detail. Here's our asset allocation, still diversified. Even though we have over 60% in growth assets, as Alan pointed out, we're slightly underweight growth. While we still think that's the right place to be, I'll be very clear, it actually has hurt us in the last 6 months because the markets have surprisingly done okay. Asset allocation is still pretty darn static. This is a 3-year picture. You can see the black coming in of innovation as we've added private credit principally is what that is. Cash has been up and down. But I think importantly is the dark blue at the bottom has gone where back in the 2016, 17, 18, 19 area, we were over 50% in public equity. We're now down in the 40% range in public equity. So we've reduced the daily volatility. The growth aspect of the fund, as I pointed out in this prior slide, hasn't changed because we shifted from public equity into private equity. Quick chart on inflation. This is the volatility of CPI. The gray is energy, but the core is the blue line, and we like to look at core because that's really the main part of CPI. I will tell you that of all the government statistics, this is now frankly one of the oldest and least maintained basket of goods. Even Alan Greenspan complained about it that long ago. That said, it's still a government statistic. As Josh pointed out, inflation was up at 9. It is now lowered, probably down to the 4% range. And so you're going to see the market rally as we get CPI numbers because they're going to say, hey, it's down. Still a far cry from 2%, which is what the Fed's goal is. And I think that's what's important to keep in mind. The Fed is going to meet now next on Feb 1. Then they'll meet again in March. They are expected to raise rates 25 basis points. There was a debate about 50, but now everybody's looking at 25 with today's GDP economic numbers. We've said this to you over and over. The yield curve has a negative slope from 1 year out to 10 and even 30 years. Look at the change, though, as we discussed in the asset allocation from last December 31 to this December 31. The real impact of the Fed, and remember, the Fed can only really control overnight rates. So you can see the massive move up, the aggressive move of the Fed in overnight rates. It raised the 30-year, but not as dramatically. They can't control the long end of the curve in the USA. The team, and I really appreciate it, added this slide to really emphasize that in a downward, what we call a bear market, you can still have rallies. And if we carried that chart up here into July, you'd see another leg up. But, you know, if you took a piece of paper and connected all those tops of the graph, this is technical analysis, but you'd see a steady declining line that would hold across all those peaks. We're back up against it again. And the question is, this week, are we going to break through it? In which case, we'd have to really seriously wonder if this, quote, bear market is over. I just doubt it. It has held. It has continued to hold through all these rallies. And really, when you look at this year, it's hard to see in this graph, but if I could drop a line right at June 30, which would be smack dab in the middle, you'd realize that the first half of the calendar year was negative, let me slide up my phone here, negative 21%. So a very deep bear market. that trough at June 30 is in the middle of the chart. You go forward, the second half of the year was actually up 2%. So really, you're going to hear us say it again and again. It's a tale of two cities, two different halves to the market. One real negative bear market, and then just a choppy back and forth market, seesaw market in the last 6 months. Leading indicators, U.S. are still weak, but bouncing, weaker in the Eurozone for sure, and that's something we'll continue to watch. And then lastly, my list of kind of going up and looking out on the horizon. The labor market is the big uncertainty. Superintendent pointed out that we've seen layoffs at corporations. They've been single-digit layoff announcements. We have not seen the double-digit, which is what you would expect in a bear market. And I can tell you anecdotally from the companies that I interact with and our family interacts with, they're all getting worried and they're all trimming staff. They're cutting off new hiring. So they see a winter storm coming, but they're not. We're not seeing it in the economic numbers. Cash accounts and banks are still okay, but everybody thinks that's going to evaporate quickly. So I've been beating a drum that a recession's coming. The market has absolutely priced in a soft landing, a very little recession, but I still think one's coming. There are a few people that now think it would be a hard landing, and that's what we're going to see. It's always going to be about that adjective of what's in front. Is it soft or is it hard? And when does it occur? Here in the first half of 23 or in the second half of 23? Just lots of uncertainty at this point. And then lastly, on my inevitable surprises, the one I want to highlight that really surprised me, the second one up there, digital viruses or cyber attacks. I guess sort of out of the blue, but at the Davos conference in WEF, or the WEF conference in Davos, one of the big concerns was systemic types of cyber attacks that interconnect. And it's true. I've always said, you think about how much we do on the internet, how dependent we are on the internet. You know, in the investment office, there's no paper. It's all digital. So that is going to be a risk that would really be harsh. We just constantly have to hope that all our governments have all this figured out and, you know, all the securities are in place. But that's probably a risk I would push almost. I still put climate risk as our number one, but digital has got to be right there with income inequality as to top risks in our mind that are inevitable, going to happen, but we just don't know when. Obviously, geopolitical risks remain huge and stay. And with that, I'm open to questions.
Questions? I have a question if no one else does. Chris, could you, we always look at the concept of how do we mark our private equity and real estate holdings. And, you know, there is a lag, obviously, between the public markets and the private markets. And maybe you could, for the board's sake, give us a view on what you think the marks are actually going to be for year end. I know it's a guesstimate, it's a swag, but, you know, having seen it in the past and the delta between the public markets and private markets, that equity premium, I guess it would be private, you know, the risk premium. What do you see the marks being?
Let me give you some statistics that I think kind of help put that into perspective. Public stocks last year in 2022 were down 18%. Fixed income over that same time period, negative 13%. Private equity, not even off 1%. And real estate, this is the one that just surprises me. This is the real estate index, as well as our portfolio, up 21% in 2022. So yes, those should come down. They're not reflecting what the public markets did. They won't come down as much as the public markets. And the reason they haven't come down is they're appraisal based. And the appraisals are based on transactions. And there's just no transactions in commercial real estate right now, very little in even residential real estate, and very little in private equity. So I think, Bill, honestly, those probably should come down about 10% to be realistic. Will they come down? I don't know. The appraisals and the appraisers are looking at the public markets, but if the public markets recover quickly in the next 6 months, then I don't think we'll see much of a write-down. If you took them down 10% from where we are, the portfolio would be down about $5 billion from here. But I'm really surprised. You're going to see December 31 numbers. And keep in mind, the private equity is lagged and real estate are lagged a quarter. So they're priced as of September. They won't be trued up to December until we get out into middle of the spring here in 23. But even in the last 3 months, the public markets were up. So I agree the valuations are certainly what I would consider soft and not good estimates, but I don't know how much they'll come down.
And in our portfolio, private equity portfolio, it occurs to me that one of the many smart things we've done is really not heavily invest in venture capital, because it would seem to me that area of private equity would be the most damaged by the present market.
I guess I don't disagree with you very often, but I will slightly disagree in that I wish we were more in venture capital. We can't be. We're number one, too big, but well, frankly, number one is the laws that were required as the state of California. We become a pariah and many of the venture capital firms in Silicon Valley kicked us out over other money that didn't ask as many hard questions. But on top of that, we're so big, so we're too big of a bite size. So that's the only place I disagree. I absolutely agree. It's the most volatile. And when you look at the last, certainly 2022, the technology area took the biggest hit. If you turn back the dial, remember a year ago, there was a name Kathy Wood. She was all over everything. She was, super fantastic, genius. She had invested heavily in technology stocks, and she was up like 100%. Fast forward to now, you don't hear her name because her portfolio lost everything it gained, close. Not quoting exactly. I haven't looked at her fund in a long time, but the technology stocks have gone away. And you're right, the venture capital funds aren't finding the unicorns and they're showing losses. They're not as aggressively marking to market. But you're right, that side has been very weak in 2022 and is unfortunately a small allocation in our portfolio for, as I said, a number of reasons. But we've been out of that area, and so we didn't get hurt.
Okay, thank you. Karen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report, Chris. It's always so exciting to see all the facets of the portfolio and all the, I guess, the little parts of it. One little part that I always look at is the fund liquidity. And I remember I commented last time we met that it was considerably less, and now it's a little bit more or less. I don't know if that's the right word, but more or less.
More or less.
Anyway, it just gets me real nervous because according to your chart, it's $3.3 billion or 3.3 months, right? And even though we can use part of the tier 1 assets, and which are easily turned into cash.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more for this reporting period, but it just kind of wondering about the trend. I know that Geraldine said it's enough of a cushion to be comfortable, but what's your take on it? What do we need to do? Do we need to keep watching it? Are we worried? Because these are the benefits that need to be paid. So that's my concern.
Always worried. That's my nature. And to help the board, think of the cash literally as our checking account balance, and then Tier 1 assets is kind of our savings account. And so we can easily transfer money out of the savings account into the cash when we need it. And we don't want to leave a lot of cash around. We earn money. We never have idle cash. We're earning 4.5 on cash, which is amazing. But you're right. The cash position at $5 billion is down lower than what we wanted. This, when you think about the school year, this is actually our low point in the year. You would think the summer is, which is part of it, but right now the state hasn't kicked in their contributions. That money starts coming in, I think it's in March and in April, and those are big. They only contribute twice a year, and those are suddenly big infills into the cash position. But it is something that the RAC meeting that Alan talked about, the Risk Allocation Committee, number one, first thing on the agenda is the cash position. And we forecast it out 6 months ahead. We pay all the benefits out at the start of the month, and then teacher contributions start rolling in later on. And so there's always a trough at the start of the month, and then boom, we come back up about the 15th and we stabilize. And that's what we try to look at. We're okay. It's something we monitor all the time, and I feel we're fine. I would like, and we're projected to stay closer to 2%. I'd like to be at 2%, but we're not the only fund dealing with tight liquidity. That is a real common problem of all the global CIOs I talk to. They would all like more liquidity. And it has to do with the private markets, the fact that you don't have any transactions, so you can't liquidate part of your real estate or private equity. You can only rely on your equity and your fixed income. So we're okay. I'm glad you monitor that. It is number one. We do have a negative cash flow. I want everybody to understand that. We're a mature pension plan. You know, we have 1 million members, but we have a lot of retirees. And as you well know, they live long. I think the number is 400 people over 100 years old. Good for them. So cash flow has always been our number one discussion and our number one analysis. And we use the dividends and incomes. And at times, we do have to liquidate equity or fixed income in order to keep that balance up. And that's what we're watching right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gail Miller.
Thank you. Just a brief clarification question on the energy slide.
Which slide? Oh, the energy price?
Yeah. So the point you were making is just that as a basket of goods, it's not predictive. It seems to me like it has.
I'm going to say it better. It's predictive. It's the most stale basket of goods.
Most stale, got it.
Even back to Alan Greenspan, he complained about what they put in there and how they do it. I hate to say it hurts me, but when the government makes budget cuts, they cut the Bureau of Statistics, labor statistics harshly. So that's probably one of the more understaffed areas that doesn't get a lot of talk, yet we all hang on these numbers. So I'm just pointing it out that it's not going to match how you probably feel going to the grocery store or living life because it's just stale.
Got it. Okay. But in terms of a predictor of where inflation's going and
it's the best we have. It's the only
between
measure
this
we
and
really
that,
have.
okay.
The Fed uses PCE, price consumption index. Thank you, Glenn Hosokawa. The price consumption index, partly because CPI is just getting so stale.
Okay. That's really helpful. And then between the geopolitical tensions around energy and the war in Ukraine and whether or not it indicates any changes in inflation, I think that kind of remains to be seen. Even with the stale indicator, I think we may not continue to see the fall in inflation depending on what the Feds can do, but certainly not in
a lot of debate about that. And I think, energy prices dropped all the way down. The barrel of oil dropped to 70. It's now back up into the 80s. Europe's had a mild winter so far, so they haven't drawn on their natural gas. But the energy, as you can see, adds a ton of volatility into that number, as does food. And those are important indicators to our lives. So I think that the big debate right now is the resting heart rate on inflation. A lot of people are expecting it to be below 4. I think that's what Wall Street's hoping for, and this money going into the stock market. my experience back to as long as Alan has said, is that inflation is like one of those games, a balloon, you push it down here, it's going to pop up somewhere else. And I think it's just hard. The Fed can only raise interest rates and slow the economy to slow inflation. So far, it seems to be working and coming in, but the next couple of reports are really going to tell us a lot.
Right. And to your point, kind of who's feeling it. So if, a carton of eggs is $5 versus $2, it may not be right. It's still a lot more money for the rest of us. Got it.
Unfortunately, inflation really hurts retirees and then low income, first and foremost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from board? Okay, public comment?
We have one person for public comment, Doug.
I've been sitting here going back and forth to decide if I was actually going to say something. My name came up, so I'm going to say something. So again, I'm Doug Orr, professor of economics, retired. And I just wanted to add one more thing to Chris's inevitable risks. Right now, given the change, well, I know that CalSTRS is not able or is not supposed to take any kind of political positions, but given the change in the House of Representatives and the whole thing around the debt ceiling, in the past, Congress has played chicken as to whether they were going to actually default on the debt. And so in the past, it's always been a game of chicken and they've never done it. My worry is that the current Congress doesn't understand enough about finance that they might actually run over the edge of the cliff. And the reason why this is a problem is, as the early thing on asset liability study says, is everything comes down to the yield curve. And the yield curve, the basis of the yield curve, the basis of global financial markets is that there is a risk-free financial asset. And that risk-free financial asset is Treasury bonds. It's risk-free not because they don't vary in price, they do, but it's risk-free because the American government has never once defaulted on any of its payments on Treasury bonds. The day that the US government defaults on a Treasury bond, the entire underlying structure of the global financial market is now going to be shaken. That could lead to a change in that low end of the risk curve, of the yield curve, to jump up by 2, 3, 4 percentage points. We don't know how much of an impact that would have on global financial markets, but it is a very real threat. And so I just wanted to add that to Chris's list, because it's a very long list, that we do in fact have to worry about that. And as Chris likes to say, for the teachers in the back of the room, this is a really big deal. And so if you can go back to your organizations and tell them, do whatever you can to keep the current Congress from sending us over that cliff, that's a really important thing to do. Thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience from Bakersfield? Okay. Any further public comment?
That's the conclusion of public comment for item 5.
So we're at a point that, once again, I think we've tried to stay in line. Is that 11 o'clock? What time is it? It's 11 o'clock, so we beat the clock a little bit here. And we can take a lunch break now, or maybe we could take up another item before lunch. Would you like to do that?
Is lunch ready?
We can take, let's see. 25 minutes? Let's take a lunch break. Harry, your experience at this.
I was going to suggest that we take this next item, and after item 6, we break for lunch.
Great.
It'll be about our 11:30 if we stay on this.
Yeah, let's just do that, Karen, if that's okay. What?
Well, I have a question. On the agenda, it says that item 12 is in closed session. Is that correct?
No.
It's on consent.
It's on consent, but it was on consent. We were going to take it off consent.
But right now, it looks like it's
Well, all I know is
Never mind.
that
Never mind.
I've got the roadmap that I have, and it says.
It's
right,
okay.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm looking at a different one then.
Is Scott, are you prepared to, yeah. Remember, the shorter the sermon, the better the prayers.
This is what they want from us. This is not actually what we're going to go by.
Still
Yes. So what are we on?
We're going to take 10 minutes figuring out where people sit.
Pillars project. Oh, the Pillars project. Everybody's here.
All right, well, we got everyone seated, so let's get started. I'm going to kick this off. In 2018, the investment team really saw an opportunity to bolster the mission of us securing the retirement future of our teachers by saving costs. And we wanted to accelerate the collaborative model. But in doing so, we realized that, we were going to need to hire and train more people. We were going to need to travel to our partners. It needed to be a holistic effort for us to become a more nimble, responsive organization. And so if we looked backwards 5 years, I think the board can look back and all the support and encouragement and advice they've given us. We've been able to save roughly $1.2 billion in costs. And we've gone from a run rate, I think, more importantly, of saving somewhere near $180 million a year to $437 million in the last year of record. And we've gone from a little bit over 100 collaborative model deals to a bit over 300 collaborative model deals in that time frame. And I think that's due to the board's efforts. It's due to the investment staff efforts. But I think more importantly, we share that with the entire organization in moving the Pillars project. So we started the Pillars project in January of 2020. We're sunsetting it today. I think that we've accomplished a lot as an organization in helping to streamline the operations. And I think most importantly, we've become more innovative as an organization. This is really an example of teaming up and trying to innovate and streamline. We're not perfect, but I think that spirit continues. In other words, we're not perfect. There's still a lot of wood to chop, right? There's so many ways we can continue to improve, but I think that spirit remains. And it's something that's, I know, top on the executive staff list led by Cassandra for us to continue to innovate through the entire organization. So that being said, love to hand it off to April Wilcox.
Thank you. April Wilcox, Director of Investment Services. So our goal on the HR pillar, which we were going to highlight, is to really partner together with HR to find efficiencies in hiring, developing, and retaining highly skilled, diverse investment staff. And so over the life of the project, we completed over 200 action items and set 7 different objectives, and we've completed all of those. So very excited about that. But really, as Scott said, our biggest win was, working with HR and developing those relationships with education, sharing ideas, and really building that trust. So even though the project is ending, the work, like all the rest of the pillars, is not ending. We've developed a long-term strategy to ensure we're continuing our collaboration and measuring each part of the success from all of the objectives. And so I'm going to pass it to Crystal, and she's going to share one of the critical objectives that we worked on, which is succession planning.
So Human Resources supported the investment branch with succession planning by leveraging a process that we had in place called the My Development Journey that was really kind of goal-focused, competency-focused, but we were able to shift it to be more succession focused to build succession readiness. We piloted that project with real estate, and I'm interested to hear from Mike about his experience with the pilot. We started with real estate because they had the highest retirement risk for the investment branch. So it was really important to get their feedback. We took a 6-month pilot. We made lots of changes along the way. Got a lot of great feedback, and then eventually we rolled out that process across the investment branch, across all of the asset classes. It was really successful. And then, I just want the board to know, because I think it's important from an operational standpoint, we have incorporated the My Development Journey as an organizational best practice into our leadership development and succession plan. It's available on the .com, but I'm more than happy to send you all a link to that so you can just take a look at that as well. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. DeRay.
Okay, thank you for the lead-in. And it was mentioned that why real estate was selected, but those that were on the board 3 years ago probably heard both an open and in closed session. And I don't think I'm revealing anything in closed session. Our consultant identified that one of the biggest 3 risks of the real estate program was that if the electricity went out, that myself and other senior people of the leadership team couldn't make it up to the 15th floor. And so they wouldn't be able to get there or they might die trying. So it wasn't just retirement risk. They identified these other risks as well. So then Chris said either, Mike, start exercising, get your team to exercise, or you have to do the pilot program. Hence the pilot program. We went into it thinking, okay, just like most investment things, it's a lineal decision. Okay, we have a succession planning issue. We have to put a person here to succeed this person there if they're going to retire. But what we came out of it with much more so was the discussions of these plans that were put together, not just the succession planning, but also the leadership skills that were being put in place that we could access. They quite frankly weren't accessed very much previously. And so the leadership team started getting into these conversations, and we found out there was a lot of hidden skills, not just from our leadership team, but also from the team beneath us. I'd like to highlight one person. Samantha Fan, an IO2 at the time, was really the person that kind of pulled us all together. And what I found from her is she had a great skill of managing up. It wasn't just organizational skills, but of managing up the process. And through those conversations, of the mentoring and other aspects, we were able to find a lot of things that we could do better. The challenge is to pull back away from all the investment stuff you're doing and make sure we do this on a regular basis. So the succession planning so far has worked. We've had some turnover in real estate, and we've succeeded in having people in place to compete effectively for those jobs. And thankfully, over that 3-year period, we've also had a lot of positions that we've been able to grow and put more people in place. I think the team has grown, probably by 8 people during that time frame, and most of that has been focused on succession planning. So it's been a really good experience, but the work isn't done yet, as has been stated. And frankly, our team didn't really know what resources we had until we started spending time and thinking about it and working with the HR team.
I'll pass it off to Lisa.
Yeah, I'll close it out. So if I can get my microphone on. There we go. So it's been a pleasure to work with Scott. I think the board has been excited to see the organization come together this way. You usually don't see an operational executive working with a investment executive in front of the board and sharing experiences that we've had together. The HR pillar is just one of 4 pillars that were successfully made improvements to ensure the collaborative model could be supported operationally. And although many process improvements were in the works already, as you know, we have a continuous improvement team that we have in our ESM branch. We are an organization of constant improvement. I do feel like this project put some urgency around some of the activities we already had in play to kind of push to implementation. We've developed new policies, new procedures. We've developed roadmaps. We have dashboards now, new technology, communication plans. We developed surveys, and we even passed legislation to make sure that we could meet our goals. We've developed metrics on all the completed initiatives, so we have a way of tracking them and an opportunity for those to be reported out, which is really important to this project. And as a side benefit, not just investments can gain from this project, but the entire organization. We've made efficiencies all across the organization. Through the process, though, we've come together as one to complete this initiative. Friendships were formed. appreciation and respect for one another. That was, to me, I mean, the closeout report that we just did with the entire team was like a love fest. It was so nice to hear people appreciate one another. It really was. It really is true. I mean, because you know how you fit in an organization, but when you work with a group of people and you hear their challenges and the things that obstacles they have in order to get things done for you, you just learn to appreciate each other so much more. And I would be remiss if I didn't finish by thanking the ESM team, Enterprise Strategy Management, that's led by Vishali Dorka. She actually helped us provide the foundation for this effort, kind of like our strategic plan, making sure that we have a vision, making sure that we have what our goals are, the initiatives and activities, and how we're tracking those to get to the finish line. Andy Flores, who works for Vishali, he's the performance specialist that handled all of the gathering of the information, all the quarterly report outs. And then Mike Gomez, who works for Ashish and the project management office, who served as a project manager on this effort. So I just want to make sure we thank all of them. This is a great project. It's something that we can use as a blueprint moving forward. And it gives me a lot of confidence in this organization that when we all come together, we can really do great things. So that's it.
Anything further? I just have to make one remark. I came on the board 3.5 years ago, and that I remember was the inception of the Pillars project at that point in time. And it's a true joy to see not only the journey to have been successful, but the destination generating these savings and seeing all of it come together. So it's one of those rare moments where it wasn't just the journey, it was the journey and the destination. And I want to commend all of you. It's a great example for the board and how the board tries to operate with mutual respect and an understanding that there may be differences at times, but we all come together on the purpose of this organization. So from me to you, and I know the board joins me in this, thank you. Thank you for setting a great example. Harry.
I just echo your comments, Mr. Chairman. It is a perfect example of what we believe leads to better outcomes, and that is a compassionate, collaborative culture focused on mission and purpose. And Ms. Heger was the chair of the investment committee when we launched this project. This is a perfect example of a compassionate, collaborative culture where people work together. And trust me, I'm not naive. There are difficulties that we have to work through. But the outcome, succession planning, cost savings, being nimble, all of those factors, diversity. This is a great, great example, brings a lot of joy to my heart to see in action what we believe are keys to successful organizations, those C's to success: collaboration, compassion, working through things together for a common mission and purpose. So thank you for the example and continued good work.
Lynn, did you?
Thank you. I also wanted to congratulate you all. I know it was such a heavy lift, and 3 years is a long time. So it's really nice to have this report out to the board to kind of wrap up the project. And although the work, I'm sure, will continue and embed it in the organization. And just curious, Scott, if you've noticed a difference now that the procurement time has been dramatically decreased. Have you started to see that paying off as far as being able to hire managers and becoming more of a more attractive to some of the investment partners?
Well, Lynn, thanks for the question. We have dramatically reduced the time from when we started. I think it was 18 to 24 months or so, down to 6 months. So that's been a dramatic change. There's still some changes to come because we just got the legislation approved, and we're building a process around that where you've had us come to present. So I'm hoping, Chris is hoping, I'm hoping, the organization's hoping we can move from that 6 months down. I mean, the ultimate goal would be down below 100 days. We'll see if we can get there. We'll be measuring it, and we can report back to you if you're interested in that specific topic. But I think that's one where we've made some dramatic changes. But again, we're not perfect. There's more wood to chop, and we're hoping to get it sub 100 days.
Fantastic. And 6 months is already a huge improvement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to echo the same comments. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat it, but definitely very excited. Been ever since I've heard about it and seen it and so on and so forth. But I do have a question real quick. Is there any areas that perhaps fell short of staff's goals for process improvement? And are there any areas that require further work?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and maybe this is my own character or my own personality, I think that we can chop wood in all the 4 pillars more, right? I mean, I think there's tons of improvements we can continue to make. We're going to be on this continuous improvement process, and I think there's more to come. I'd highlight one thing that Gail mentioned during the cost report, using her as an example, because it comes to mind, is she pulled out just for us to improve our reporting on consultant fees. Our consultant fees have moved up as we've been executing the collaborative model. Maybe it was roughly 16 million going to 19 million. But then again, our cost savings went from 180 some odd million to over 400 million. We've been gaining leverage and scale on that, but we want to demonstrate that and put that into our cost report and be able to measure it and shine light on it, right? Because, to Gail's point, she wants to understand, are we spending more to save more? Yes, in general, because we've had to hire more staff to do it, but what shines through is that we're gaining more leverage on the greater amount of cost savings. So there's tons of examples I could go through, but I think we've made a lot of progress. We've got some significant accomplishments, but more to come.
Well, congratulations on those progress.
Is there public comment?
There is no public comment on this item.
So we can adjourn for lunch, and I think we have just a couple of more items after lunch, and we'll reconvene here at 12:15. Is that okay? Okay, great. And all board members in lunch in there, please. We will shortly begin. I'm going to ask if somebody could go and let Harry know he's in the, I think he's done that. Yeah, would you check? Yeah, because I want to call on him before we begin. He has something to say. Looking forward to your presentation. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're going to start without him. The next agenda item is the investment policy statement. And we've got Geraldine, Shafat, and Melissa.
Yes, good afternoon. I think I have to repeat my name again, right? Geraldine Jimenez, Director of Investment Strategy and Risk. Yes, can you hear me? Sorry. There, I'll get closer. Before you today is really a modernization. You've read it probably. I just want to give a little background. In 2018-19, we updated all your other policies to new formats. Now we're coming with the big policy, which is your core policy. Looking for input. This isn't even a first read. It's a preliminary. So we're looking forward to input back to us that we'll bring back to you at a later date. And I'll pass it off. It has been collaborative with the compliance team and my team. So.
All right, thank you, Geraldine. Good afternoon, members of the board, Chairperson Prasad. I'm very happy to present this today, but if we do have a slide deck for this. It's a very quick 2-slide presentation. So on the first slide, you may ask why modernize? And, there are some reasons that are obvious, but I wanted to kind of break out the 3 top reasons. So we can move on to the first slide, please. Okay. Oh, all right. Getting used to post-COVID processes. Well, of course, the first reason is best practice. Policy best practice dictates that you refresh your policy from time to time on a certain schedule. But in the last item, you all discussed the success of the organization. And this policy, part of that success starts from this policy, especially the success of the investment portfolio. So it is best practice, so it's only logical that you refresh and keep this document aligned with modern times. The second reason why we want to modernize this policy is because it allows greater accessibility and usability to our stakeholders. It puts it into a nice, easily readable, understandable format. And then the third benefit is, streamlined administrative updates, which means the number of times we bring this policy back to you for administrative updates is reduced. So that saves a lot of this board's time as well as staff time to keep things fresh and updated. Really, this exercise has been to take the existing policy and lift it up into a more neat and organized look. So we kind of took the existing language, put it into 4 broad sections, and I'm going to pass it on to Melissa to talk about the structure and what's included in it.
Thank you. Melissa Duranco, I manage the investment compliance unit. As Shafat mentioned, thank you. There's 4 main sections to this new modernized IPS. That's one of the changes we made from the IPMP is now the investment policy statement. I want to point your attention to section 2, where we have our objectives and measurements. In this section, Ms. Hendricks asked last November if we could also include a section for sustainability and human capital, and that is where we place those sections. Really, we've added links to the agendas, past agendas, and to CalSTRS.com throughout the document so that the detailed information can be kept fresh, and it supports the principles and philosophies that are outlined in the IPS. So today, this is a preliminary read. We have received some feedback from some of the board members. Thank you, Ms. Yamamoto. And then we're also asking for any additional feedback. And if you have any, we will incorporate it in the first read. As we mentioned, we'll bring that back in a future meeting.
With that, we are open to questions.
I don't see any questions.
No, yes.
No. Oh, I do now. There it is. There's a lag here. Mr. Ruffino, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the team for the update. Just curious, or just a quick question. During your review process, right, did staff identify any noticeable area in which the current IPMP fell short of best practices or were otherwise lacking? And if so, how are those issues being addressed?
I would say the biggest difference is the last policy was very detailed, almost too detailed down to almost procedure level. And we're trying to take this up a level to be more of appropriate for a board level policy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Frank? No, okay. Ms. Erden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to thank the team and lend my strong support for what we're doing here and focusing this policy in a very thoughtful way on the issues that matter in a policy, and then unbundling the aspects that really can be handled separately. And I know you're not ignoring those either, so thank you.
Ms. Yamamoto.
Hi. Thanks again. I really appreciate all the hard work that doing this sort of activity or this project involves. One of the things that I've learned, I guess, well, maybe I haven't learned it well, that this is the policy, but then within each of the asset classes, there are guidelines within that, but they follow the policy. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, so that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the big picture kind of.
That's
okay.
correct.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Okay. Well, no further questions. This is an information item. You'll be bringing it back as it develops further. Thank you very much. So we have information, any public comment? I'm sorry.
There's no public comment on this item.
We have, next item is the review of information requests.
I don't have any. I didn't want to confirm when there was a request for, I believe, a report back about the timelines on the consultants and advisors.
As far as the contract?
Yeah. I don't know if you want to include that.
I don't think that needs to be a formal. I'm just curious as to the process further along.
Okay. Other than that, I had no other information requests.
Do you have to do the consent agenda?
Well, yeah, we'll do the consent agenda. Draft agenda for the next meeting. Any comments? Chris, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, Bill, thank you. Just to add, the asset allocation will be a discussion, not an action item, but you'll get some look at some of the information you approved today. And then the bulk of that will be the semi-annual performance reports. Just a note for you and most of the audience, we don't focus a lot on calendar year results or the 6-month return. So those will be streamlined reports. There'll be a link to get to the detailed report if you want, but the report in the book is actually pretty efficient and streamlined because they're really just the halfway pole in the race. But that'll be all the information, and the consultants will be here, and that will be the bulk of the morning, and then the bulk of the afternoon and closed session, just reports and the usual semi-annual discussion.
Great, thank you. We're going to take up an item that is on the consent agenda, but we want to have it on a, not on the consent agenda, but a regular agenda, and that's the stewardship priorities, the SIS report, which is item number 12. So if you could come up, please. Yes. Okay, thank you for the advice. I always like to take my lawyer's advice. And that is, do we have any objection to approving the consent agenda, which includes item number 11, which is the selection of the real estate consultant and the approval of minutes from November 3rd, 2023?
Mr. Chair, I need to abstain on the minutes, so I don't know if we can separate them out.
Yeah, we can reflect that, yeah.
That's
Right.
right, approved number 11, but abstain on the minutes, please, thank you.
Okay, is that agreed to by the board? Great. The board indicates by nods and waves that they approve.
Okay, I wrote that down.
Okay. Kirsty.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually going to hand it over to Aisha to lead the bulk of this discussion, a very brief presentation, and then any questions that you may have. So thank you for letting us address this topic.
Good afternoon. Aisha Mastagni, Portfolio Manager for the Sustainable Investment and Stewardship Strategies Unit. Before I get into this item, I'm hoping that the chair might just indulge me for just a couple minutes to say a few words about a colleague that we lost shortly before Christmas. Is it all right, Mr. Chair? Okay. So shortly before Christmas, we lost a colleague, Mary Hartman Morris, who was a member of the Sustainable Investment and Stewardship Strategies team. She died unexpectedly after a long battle with cancer. And I just wanted to say a few words to honor her memory because she was literally one of the kindest, most heartfelt people I have ever met. In her professional life, she was one of the most passionate individuals advocating for improved diversity on corporate boards and strong accounting standards. And so I just wanted to share a few words just to honor her memory and the contributions not only did she make to these organizations, but to all the lives that she touched personally. So thank you for that.
Well, we appreciate your acknowledgement of those feelings, and I'm sure everybody on the team shares them.
Unfortunately, she retired in December of 2021, and she didn't even get a year to enjoy her retirement, so anyway. All right, on to which she contributed so much to all of the, where we've gotten today in terms of sustainable investment and our stewardship activities. So I'm going to jump ahead really quickly. Karen, you'll appreciate this chart since you were just asking about the policy hierarchy. We just talked about the IPMP. Sustainable Investment and Stewardship Strategy is one of the policies that's governed by the IPMP. And what makes the SIS policy somewhat unique is that it has the two parts. There's the policy part that governs the portfolio, and there's the policy that governs all of our stewardship activities. And then the two documents that help guide our stewardship activities are the corporate governance principles and the stewardship priorities. And although they aren't policies per se, they are approved by the board on a periodic basis. This is just a really quick slide about, why do we engage? I think the past few months, we've talked a lot about the strategies that we're going to deploy in order to meet our net zero pledge. We've talked a lot about allocation decisions. This is all about how we influence. So it's kind of think about that in two frames. This is how we influence companies within our portfolio, and this is how we influence the broader markets. As a reminder, these are the stewardship priorities. I know I mentioned net zero, but this is about all the activities that we're involved with. And we really chose these for three main reasons. One, these issues are significantly relevant to our portfolio, meaning there's either a systemic issue that affects the broad portfolio or it affects multiple industries within our portfolio. Second, we have the tools as shareholders to effectuate change around these issues, and that's what we use to deploy and be effective. And last but not least, we can measure outcomes from all of our efforts. And that's what's in attachment 2, which is all our successes from last year. This is just a really quick reminder about some of the tools that we deploy. Direct company engagements and collaborative engagements, that's where we're directly engaging with portfolio companies. Proxy voting and policy advocacy, those are two that affect the broader market. One, proxy voting obviously affects, we vote all of our proxies, we have a fiduciary responsibility to vote the proxies in the beneficiary's interest. But like proxy voting, policy advocacy is applicable across our portfolio because we want well-functioning, efficient markets that support long-term value. And last but not least, these are all the things that we're driving towards. We use those tools to try to deliver outcomes and successes, like I said, that are in attachment 2. And that was my very quick 2-minute overview.
I might just add as a final sort of comment, we think this is particularly important to frame this in this way, not least as many of the board will be reading and seeing that there's a pretty strong politicization around a number of the issues that we're talking about. And so we just wanted to really take this moment as well, and happy to answer any further questions, just to be very clear about the motives, the reason, and the understanding of which these activities are based, which is in the long-term basis for creating value for California's educators and our duty to them. Thank you.
And it's why the stewardship priorities in particular, it helps us focus our efforts and use our resources most efficiently. And so that's why we've crafted those.
Well, are you finished? Yeah.
Yes.
I just have one comment to make about Aisha. I was at a conference back in, I guess it was September of this past year, and I think a few of other board members were at this conference, and Aisha was on a panel of major asset owners, representatives, talking about engagement. And clearly, if you were to have to make a draft pick among those people, you would have drafted Aisha. She was, and not only Aisha for her presentation, which was terrific, but also because of the systematic way we approach this. And it really is a very, very deductive way we get to the point of engagement. And I think that it reflects a lot of hard work, a lot of thought, and obviously you did a great presentation, and I was proud. I think you made all of us on the board that were in attendance proud that we were on your team and you were on our team. So, Aisha, thank you very much. So, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation and the information, and thank you again for recognizing Mary Morris. I mean, she was really a wonderful person and had so much passion for the work and always did it with such a great attitude, so I really miss her, so thank you. So SIS has done such a lot of work last year, great amazing work, great successes, and has a big platform again this year. And I had two questions. One was with the SEC proposal on climate disclosure, where is that? And do you expect that coming soon?
We do. We recently just heard that we might see something in April. So we're hopeful that that's still a target.
That's great. And do you know if it will be in pretty much the form that it was released in, or expecting a lot of changes?
It's very hard to say. I mean, there were comments obviously from both sides, plus the politicization that Kirsty's been talking about. I know the SEC is under a lot of pressure, but I think that regardless, it's a step in the right direction because we as shareholders, we need this information in order to appropriately manage all of our risks. And so, we're hopeful.
Yeah. And then, I think that would be great. And then the other question was with the anti-ESG backlash that we are seeing, has that led you to rethink how you're working with partners or how you're approaching it? It's so unfortunate, but as we heard from the public comment, definitely is creating a lot of headlines.
I'll take this. That's right, yeah. I would say when we think about what's happening, we are very confident that the way we have done things and the way we'll continue to do things are exactly appropriate for an organization like ourselves. I will say that one of the benefits we have, and we're truly appreciative, is we meet regularly with our general counsel and our legal team who are tracking these developments on a day-by-day basis, as well as us. And having that ability to work with them and benefit from their knowledge and their experience is tremendously helpful to us. So one, there's a sort of like, how do we deal with it from a legal premise, or how do we be confident that from a legal premise this is not got any founding? So again, huge appreciation for our in-house legal team for helping us navigate and think about these issues really thoughtfully. The second area is with our partners. Yes, we're being very actively engaging partners. You know, where Ceres is taking a large environmental organization that we're members of. I actually sit on the board as well, taking very active stance on trying to think about the best way to respond to this more publicly. They have been quite personally attacked along with other investors as well. And so there's definitely strategizing around what is, again, the rightful, appropriate way to respond. And then thirdly, I must say appreciation to our communications and public affairs colleagues who are ensuring that how we communicate and how we have always communicated and will continue to communicate to the outside world is predicated again in this sort of, we're not trying to get involved in the vitriol that is going on. We are above that. We would like to continue to communicate in a way that is both measured and thoughtful. And so they're helping to continue to guide us. So those are the three levels where I see we're really focusing our response.
That's great. Thank you very much.
If I could just add one thing here. I think it's important for us to remember what Chris Ailman said months ago about this dialogue that was starting to bubble up and is now, mixing metaphors, this created a fire storm. We are not in the political business here. We're in the economic business here. And we look at economics, we don't look at politics. And we have fiduciary duties. And so as long as we stick to that mantra that Chris reminded us of months ago, I think that will keep us on the right track. We cannot be pulled into a political fight when it's all about economics and our fiduciary duty. And that's just one thing I really want to, from my perspective, then nothing was hit me more true than his remarks back then, and I've kept them in mind.
Couldn't agree with you more, Bill. And again, grateful for that leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it has become a little disheartening to see the personalization and how personal some of these attacks have become. It's just disheartening. And the politicizing the issue. And I know we have a focus on long-term managing risks and looking for opportunities and around these topics of material risk inside environmental, social, and governance matters. And I think our evolution in this space is terrific. Unfortunately, I don't think the politics is going to go away from this conversation. So I think anytime we can go back to, we're talking about material risk and opportunities and using our influence to create change to maximize returns for the fund, I think we should continue on that path. I do want to look back for a moment, just in light of what's taken place the last week here in California. If we can go back to the 4 areas of focus on your slides there. Yeah, responsible firearms. So not everyone was on the board. In 18 or 19, the board made this an area of focus relative to how we can use our influence to create change in a very violent world, right? So perhaps you can just give us a little insight into what's been going on in that space with the credit card industries and banks, so that my colleagues on the board and the general public knows what we've been trying to do to be a part of a solution to the horrific gun violence that plagues this country.
Yep. Thanks for that, Harry. As some of you may not know, we at CalSTRS, along with several of our colleagues, created what's called the Principles for Responsible Firearm Use. And one of the goals of that group is to mitigate risk inside our own portfolios. I think one of the big wins we had at the end of last year is that there is a governing body called the International Organization for standardization, which creates what's called merchant classification codes. So every time you swipe your credit card, the credit card companies know basically what you're buying. Mostly it's to create for whatever rewards you might get, or but it's also to try to track unlawful activity as well. And the credit card companies have a responsibility to ensure that they're not being used in an unlawful way. Up until last year, there was not a merchant classification code for standalone firearms, weapons, or ammunition. And we pushed, along with a couple of our colleagues, to get the ISO, which is the international organization that creates these codes, to create an MCC code for weapons and firearms. Now this group, back to the Principles for Responsible Firearm, the group of investors that are involved in that are now talking to the largest retailers and the largest credit card companies to try to better understand how they're going to use this new MCC code. Mainly because it's important for them. It's not mandatory. Companies, credit cards don't have to use this, but we want to encourage them, again, use our influence to better manage risk. I know that there's not a credit card company or a retailer out there that wants to be on the front page of any publication saying that their card was used to buy $50,000 worth of ammo in 2 days. And so we're going and using our influence to help mitigate that risk because we think reputational risk is everything in the market. And so we want to make sure that their companies are using this in a responsible manner.
Thanks, Aisha, and thanks to the team for doing what you're doing behind the scenes to do whatever we possibly can. I want to thank Chris, too. I mean, Chris really took this on and said, it's important to the committee, it's important to our fund, and we're not looking to take away anyone's guns or get in that debate, but we want to manage reputational risk and perhaps make a positive influence. But in light of what's been going on, Bill, I thought it was important that we highlight the efforts that our team is trying to make on this very important issue.
Thank you, Harry.
You're welcome.
Much appreciated. Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for for all your work in this space. And at the risk of being repetitive, I want to say that understanding risks, whether it's climate, human capital risk, or governance, are key to our fiduciary duty. Not political, but to our fiduciary duty. Sustainability factors allow us to better assess risk and improve long-term allocations, and that should be a fact. I'm also just in the spirit for the benefit of the public and everyone. A couple days ago, Congress launched the Congressional Sustainable Investment Caucus, and was particularly happy because that caucus is going to be led by one of our very own and a longtime friend of mine who has worked in the San Diego politics, and that is Congressman Juan Vargas. He's going to be one of the co-chair, along with Congressman, which I don't know, Sean Custon from Illinois. So it's great to see that Congress starts to pay attention and starts to get educating about the issues because, as it was said earlier, I don't remember who said it, unfortunately, our politicians are not very educated on this subject. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Karen.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for the report. It's a really thorough report and a lot of things that are here. And one of the things that I wanted to ask is the stewardship priorities. You're going to intend to add it as a fact sheet on the website at some point in time?
Karen, it is currently on the website, but I think like I told you, it's probably not as prominently displayed as we would like. And so we're actually working with the web team in order to enhance. There's a lot of old information on the sustainability page as well. So we're working with them to enhance that and make sure that people can access the stewardship priorities more easily.
Okay, but will it also be on what we call the fact sheets? Because there's a section where there's a lot of fact sheets that are on the website.
I can look into that. We don't necessarily manage, we have input into what goes on the website, but I can work with them.
And then I have another question. For the priorities of the stewardship, the long-range relevance, the ability to influence change, and then the ability to deliver outcomes. On the one about influence change, the thing that came out to me was Exxon. How is that going? What's the status of that? Can you talk about that in open session?
We can. I mean, Exxon's making progress. We've seen a lot of their disclosures improve over the past year. I still think that they have a long way to go. And the board members that were added have definitely made a difference, but it's still a long ways to go.
Okay, so you're still in communication with them and still working with the board members?
I will tell you, though, that the conversations we've had with the company compared to before the campaign, it's like night and day. It's completely night and day. They were very defensive beforehand. Now, I get the sense that they're, although slow to move, they do want investors' input, which that was just not the tone of the conversations in the past.
So are you going to be involved in any shareholder proposals for this coming up proxy season for that?
Well, the deadline probably would have been at the end of last year, so we have not filed anything at Exxon. I imagine there probably still will be several shareholder proposals from other investors on the company.
So you'll be monitoring that as well?
Okay. A lot of large companies they generally tend to receive a lot of proposals.
One more thing?
Of course.
Okay. On the next page where it talks about ad hoc requests that all the board members kind of present to you, or they come up in public comment periods and things like that, where it's, you have that chart that says, is it a stewardship priority, yes or no? And then on the no side, there's several things that qualify for that no answer. It's not in any order, correct?
No.
The way you have it listed. But then, I don't know if this is appropriate, but are there any moral issues that come into play that we CalSTRS have anything to do with? Or is it just because it's the moral issues that could have monetary or some kind of impact? Are those measured as well somehow?
We always look through the lens of our fiduciary responsibilities and how it affects the portfolio. And so that's the lens through where we look through. It's not because we're not trying to place any value, it's about value to the portfolio.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. I think it's probably appropriate to ask if there's any public comment, since this is not on the consent agenda. Oh, Chris, did you have something?
No, there should be two public comments that I was aware of.
Mr. and Mr. Strasburg.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jane Nosberg from Fossil Fuel California, and I have a CalSTRS pension. The power of the fossil fuel industry never ceases to amaze. Its unrivaled influence on international politics has spilled over into the United Nations framework race to net zero. Did you know that over 600 oil and gas lobbyists attended the most recent COP27? The industry had more lobbyists than those representing the 10 countries most severely impacted by devastating climate disasters. These lobbyists were so influential that participants at COP27, and this is according to Al Gore, were forbidden to even discuss scaling back oil and gas emissions. Emissions which we have to cut immediately and radically for any chance of ensuring a livable planet. As recently as December, the United States House Committee on Oversight and Reform released documents that exposed big oil's continued greenwashing campaign and its failure to reduce emissions. Representative Carolyn Maloney, chairwoman of the committee, said, even though big oil CEOs admitted that their products are causing a climate emergency, the documents reveal that the industry has no real plans to clean up its act and is barreling ahead with plans to pump more dirty fuels for decades to come. According to Representative Ro Khanna, we cannot tackle the climate crisis until we tackle the climate disinformation circle. Big oil has misled the American public for decades about the reality of the climate crisis. It's past time to hold the entire industry accountable for its role in founding and facilitating that disinformation. I don't have time here to read the 17 damning findings of the committee, but rest assured that big oil has doubled down on long-term reliance on fossil fuels, with no intention of taking concrete actions to transition to clean energy. It has also admitted to pursuing a strategy to resist and block climate regulations. Unfortunately, by continuing to fund the fossil fuel industry, CalSTRS is complicit in enabling big oil's greenwashing and disinformation campaigns, thereby giving the industry license to continue overheating the planet. Contrary to CalSTRS' insistence that divesting from fossil fuels would hurt the fund, Jeremy Grantham's intensive research proves otherwise. Enough is enough. CalSTRS, you owe it to our children, our teachers, and all that we love to divest from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Any further comment from the public? Please.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Vosberg, also from Santa Rosa. I'm a retired English and math teacher and, of course, a CalSTRS member, and I'm grateful for my pension that comes every month. But I'm here to speak about climate risk to our portfolio and to dispel a myth that forms a foundation of net zero by 2050. Most of the discussions around net zero by 2050 rest on the idea that carbon capture and storage can be a useful and significant tool to reduce atmospheric carbon. Unfortunately, it can't. Why? Well, according to the Energy Initiative project at MIT, we currently have 24 CCS operations worldwide. They remove 40 million tons of carbon per year. In addition, there are 26 more projects on the pipeline that within the next decade will double our capacity, roughly 100 million tons. Unfortunately, we emit 50 billion tons of carbon per year. So, if the folks at MIT have their numbers right, carbon capture and storage might be able to remove 0.2% of the current carbon emissions. Let me repeat, 0.2%. CCS will never be able to reduce atmospheric carbon. In addition to this inadequacy, CCS is prohibitively expensive. The recently passed Federal Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 estimates the cost of carbon capture and storage at $100 per ton, and with direct air capture, even more expensive at $150 per ton. So, old math teacher, simple calculations show that if we could, and we can't, remove all the carbon we spew each year, the cost would be $5 trillion, roughly equal to the entire federal budget for 2021. What are the economic risks posed by that cost? And what are the risks posed if we don't meet those costs and reduce carbon? So it becomes obvious that CCS can't control anything. It's a pipe dream. The only way that we can reduce atmospheric carbon is to actually reduce emissions. The best way CalSTRS can mitigate climate risk is to continue our transition toward a low carbon economy and, of course, eliminate investments in fossil fuel companies, which you can do without harming the fund. Rather than count on CCS CalSTRS needs to decarbonize our portfolio and stop funding the fossil fuel industry, which will continue to drill, extract, and burn all the carbon they can. Climate consequences be damned. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And thank you for the public's comments. We always invite your providing us with your points of view. Thank you. We have now come to the end, I believe, of our open meeting. This was?
It was on the consent agenda as an action.
Oh, yeah, it was a consent item. Okay. I'll take a motion to. Any further public comment? Would you take the roll?
Ms. Paquin?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Mr. Tang?
Aye.
Mr. Keeley?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Aye.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
Ms. Miller?
Aye.
Chair Bruno, would you care to
Aye.
vote? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. I would just ask that maybe Mr. Fosberg, if you could speak with one of our members of our staff, the MIT report that you referenced, if you could get the MIT report that you referenced, if you could give that to the appropriate staff person to forward, I'd like a copy of it. Right behind you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Harry, I understand that you might have something to say about a former.
Sure. Thank you, Bill. We were notified prior to our meeting this week of the passing of Rich Hansen, a distinguished leader in the community college, as a professor and an advocate for community college professors as well as students. I know Sharon knew Rich fairly well. Everyone who interacted with Mr. Hansen spoke so highly of him in terms of his advocacy, his dedication and professionalism over decades as a community college professor. He too retired not long ago, passed suddenly. I only interacted with him virtually and maybe a couple times at meetings through the stakeholder meetings. He was a true gentleman. The guy was an absolute gentleman, and everyone who spoke of him essentially said he was a legend in the community college sector and profession. So sadly, he too passed, and we wanted to adjourn our open session today, and Sharon would have shared this herself today, but she, because of her absence, I did. So we remember Professor Hansen. We thank him for his tremendous service to community college, to students, to the state of California. Rest in peace, Rich. Thank you, Bill.
Any further comments or questions? This brings to a close our meeting to the public meeting, and we will have a closed session in here in, let's say, 15 minutes. We'll take a 15-minute break.
Sounds fair.
Thanks.
you.